And now, present the trophy.
You're always welcome here in Winnipeg.
He's gonna do it in here, making up enormous strides. Street Prancer coming to the wire is gonna take the Manitoba. Flashy Jewel with 6. One more try. Flashy Jewel is gonna hang on with 6. A courageous second. Money. Let him get close, and he's unleashed the hound in the Derby. Oil Money. He can't go a mile in an 8. He did it in the 71st Derby. Something natural is not going to do it today. These two to the wire. Mongolian wins. Up. Yeah, baby! Fred Nods will take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 38 on the racing calendar. Well, we have to look back to all Monday if we are going to talk about it. And that's when Sven Balrup had a good day with 2 wins. And Just Let Me At 'Em did win the CTHS sales stake. So jockey Antonio Whitehall still on top in the jockey standings by 9. And Jerry Gorno also up in the trainer standings by 9. Well, Stretch, we were smoked out and winded out last week.
Yeah, the weather clearly was not our friend last week. And you thought it was bad last week, but, you can turn it into being good. We've got 8 races each night.
Ooh,
big
power-packed.
Big fields, probably bigger payouts because of the few extra horses. And so if you handicap those other races, you may want to kind of take a look at which ones came in and come out. Some the complete field went in, and then a couple sneaky ones went out or came in. And I just want to congratulate you, Kirt, on completing your show parlay last week.
Oh, thank you.
It was one race, but baby steps. So full credit there.
I was still there. I got it done.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So, onward and forward off of that.
Yeah, that's Wednesday. Got to wait till Wednesday for that. So basically, I've got a story today to tell us.
Oh, imagine that.
Story time with Stretch.
Okay.
So for those that don't know, I obviously a big racing fan. I like to go out in the grandstand and watch the races there.
I would love to.
Unlike Kirt, who has to work all the time, I kind of hang out, talk, and then watch the races. But from time to time, I hear different statements out there, and I always like when I overhear one person say, "Oh, those guys don't have a clue what they're talking about," And in the same race, somebody else is saying, wow, those guys made me some money. So not really sure. It's all about...
it's interpretation is what it is.
Interpretation, but I appreciate that they're talking about us. And then the point of my story is I did hear somebody say, if you bet the long shot, you're going to make more money. And so I guess if you bet $2 on every bet on every race, if you get the long shot, yeah, that does pay more. But you could go a long time between races on long shots. But the point, if you're watching our races or when our bets, you see the different changes. Sometimes Kirt will bet $10 or $20, and then he likes a bigger place bet up it to 40 or 50. And so that's kind of the point. You've got to adjust, pick your spots. Like a 3-to-1 shot, maybe bet $4 on that one because you like that one best, and a little bit lower on a longer shot that you're kind of guessing. So just kind of adjust your size and wagers accordingly to how much you like the race. There's some races that I'm not a big fan of. You've got to scale it down. Anything to add on that?
Yeah, I definitely, I'm like that too. But if you do like one of those longer shots, I don't care if it's 50, 60, 70 to 1, bet it like you do your even money horse. The reason you do that, I'm not saying bet 100 win on it, but still be pretty strong. Bet 30 or 40. Because when you do hit, it's going to be boxcars for you, and you can get months of gambling back in one race.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You can have long shots that you really like, hit those. There's other long shots that just kind of a hunch. So, yeah, good point. Ready?
All right, I'm ready. Let's go. We're going to kick it off with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Great race to start it off with.
It is. This was race 6 on the Tuesday, a couple in and a couple out. So I did adjust my selections a little bit, and I ended up moving the 3 up in my selections, putting it as the top selection. I thought there was a couple deletions in here that removed a bit of the speed, and I think that he can control the speed. So he's a good horse, and if he can control, it's going to watch out. So I think he's going to be tough to run down.
Yeah, I agree with you. Ran against Big Nick, who went on to win stakes races, and Del Vecchio was a second-level allowance dropper. My Noah was knocking on the door in that condition, dropped to 10 on 3, crushed him. So Mr. McLean has been beaten by some really good ones.
Correct, and just kind of the race shape. Before, Mr. Dazzle, I've cashed tickets on before. I wasn't really impressed with his last race, maybe even the one before that, but does make that big drop. And so even his lowest figures last time, which was lowest figures, still puts him in the mix. So the horse can't lose touch. Sometimes he gets too far back, and if the 3 is gone, it would be tough. But if he stays close and runs back to his first race at the ASD, watch out. That certainly puts him there.
Yeah, the second level, the first level allowance drop, that's huge. We've seen a lot of winners. The last 2 horses that he ran against, both went wire to wire, so couldn't show his closing style. I think he's going to like this race a lot better.
For sure, and my third pick is the 5. This horse was not entered in this race last week. I'm not worried about his last race. Clearly something happened, and so you just throw that out. But 2 back, that was his best race by far in a few races, and if he runs back to that race, watch out. I think that horse certainly can put him right there. So at worst, you can't leave him out in the exactor. So I've got 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and I'm adding number 1 in the deep. This horse rallied nicely last time out against the 6-horse Totalizer. Did lose the photo there, but hand carved. That horse ended up going wire to wire. So in the deep with the rail draw, he rounds out my top 3 of 3, 4, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-4 lifers. Going 7 furlong stretch. What's this? Back to back? Up 2 are the same.
No kidding.
What's going on here?
Well, it's early in the week, I guess.
Okay.
So many of these horses were entered last week, but were in different conditions. So you just kind of check that. I'll go to the 4 as my top selection. I liked him last week, and I thought this race is easier than last week's race. So for me, if the horse has some consistent figures, I think that if there's a pace battle, which I do think there is, he's going to get a nice stalking trip, and the pace should come back to him. And for me, it's my top play of the day for him.
Yeah, I like him a lot in here. White Rose Spirit, the 2, the 5 Outcome, the 6 Feller, even the 1 Merrimack, all have early speed. They're going 7 furlongs. They're all going to try and get positioning. And I think E2 Babu just slips over to the rail, watches the action, and pounces on him late.
Exactly how I see it. Let's go for a long shot, which happens to be your long shot, which the top pick doesn't.
I like this horse.
The top pick doesn't surprise us having, but the second one, yeah, absolutely. I'm looking for a price to complete the exactor. The races at Will Rogers Downs certainly would put him there. For those that don't know, FMT is Fair Meadows. It's a smaller track. As you can see, they only have the final times. I couldn't really get a guide on how tough the racing is, but I do like that the horse is running sharp. Still ran a nice second. So I do like that. Giving me 10-1. More for an exactor for me.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I like that these horses that come in here, we had one win the other day while in the first race, and it paid handsomely at $27. Kind of been hit and miss with these Fair Meadows horses, but I definitely do like this one, and Perry Kavanaugh started off the meet the right way with a win.
For sure. My third pick to complete it is the 2. Yes, it's a filly running against the boys, but beat the boys last time, and I was so impressed with this horse last time. Pressed, dropped back, and came again. I think this horse might be the gamest horse in the race right now. I didn't want to leave this horse out. Certainly should get a price. Certainly can be in a duel, but the reason I still put this horse in there was because it dueled and was able to come against so many good races. I just think this horse is on the improve and didn't want to leave her out.
Yeah, and a horse I put in for third, Feller, for the same reason. This horse one time went the 2 turns, battled every step of the way, and then got caught late by a rallier. I think this horse will show good heart in here. The track is playing a speed. You might want to go to the 2 and 6, but I'm taking 4, 3, and 6. Now carrying on to race number 3, we have an allowance race. 4 filly 2-year-old maidens are going to go 5 furlong stretch. And it looks like there might be a big favorite in here.
Yeah, this one is race 1 from Tuesday with a big added horse coming in here. And so that's the key. There was 2 additions in here, and one's the key one. And that's the one. She's showing speed on the rail in back-to-back stake races, including one against the boys. Should battle early and then just potentially keep going. Not a standout for me, only because the figures are good but not great. And if somebody steps up, and they certainly can, they're so lightly raced, certainly can be there. So that's why it's my top pick, but not my standout pick.
Yeah, it's my standout pick in here because of the first-time starters, none of them have really excited me off of all the homework I did on them. We can touch on that right now. Number 2, Parzani, the dad, 7 wins at a route. The mom, 6 wins, all on the turf. 3 siblings, one of them a winner. The other 2 that are full siblings, one was unstarted, the other one a maiden. The 3 Happy Hour, the dad, 6 wins from 6 furlongs to a mile and a quarter, $1 million in earnings. The mom was unraced, 5 half siblings, 2 two-time winners, 1 at a route, 1 6 furlongs and a mile, and 2 unstarted, the other one a maiden. The 4-horse Cavour, the dad won 1, made over $100,000, predominantly at a route. The mom had 1 win in sprinting, $52K in earnings. That has a full sibling that is a maiden. Another one, 2 wins, and the other one is also a maiden. Number 5, Pam's Awesome. The dad, 15 wins, over $2 million in earnings, was a speedball. The mom, 10 wins, made over $200K from 6 furlongs to a mile and 70 yards. Tons of siblings. Has 8 half siblings, 2 unstarted, a maiden, a 2-time winner at a route, 3-time winner at a route. Another one, 2 wins, $20K, 9 wins, $225K, and a single-time winner of $20,000. And number 7, 2 Cat. Vengeful Wildcat was one of the top sires here in Manitoba. Had 3 wins, over $230,000 in earnings. Total sprinter. Mom, 2 Dorcas. Has 2 half siblings. One, a 3-time winner by the horse. Better make that 2. That half-sibling won 3 in a row to start the career, and the other one is a maiden. After saying all that, I'm with Stretch with the 6 and the 8, My Kind of Night. Showed some speed, tired, but that was a real tough race with Conte and Commando's Last Dance. To be in the debutante in your first start, and Awfully Special also ran really good against Just Let Me At 'Em, who went back and won the CTHS sales stake. I'm 1, 6, and 8. Stretch, what about you?
Yeah, you nailed it. What I was going to talk about on the 6. I also thought that the horse had a bit of trouble. Not only was it tough to be in a stake race, kind of sneaky trouble, kind of broke and then rushed, and also the key race. They're going 5 furlongs, so it makes it tougher on the firsters to get that extra half. Usually at 4.5, they can maybe steal it, but that extra half, I didn't see any. There's only one horse with a 5 furlong work in here. The rest were 4. I think that makes a difference. And then the 8, a nice first race, should improve. So that's why I stuck with the horses that had run.
All right, 1, 6, and 8 for both of us. Now on to race number 4, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Just a little under $50,000 carried over for our featured race. It's the Phil Kivas Stakes. They're going to go 1 mile. And this is a race we've been looking for, and I know you have, Stretch.
Yes, absolutely. So this race was the same exact field as Tuesday's 3rd. Slight post position changes, but I've kept my same picks, and I've been waiting a week now for this one. Obviously, I like to watch I watch the races, because mostly I have a bet on all of them. This is one that I wouldn't actually even need a bet. I'm obviously going to have a bet.
Well, we know that.
But I'm just looking forward to this race. So good, because Frank is one of my new favorites here. And so it's just such a good, compact field of so many in here that all of them belong. Absolutely all of them belong in here. And maybe with the right trip, they could get there. But Frank is going to be my top selection. This horse impresses me each time. And the last time, that's why I even mentioned maybe nominate the horse to the Derby.
The Derby, and they did.
Yeah, and I like that.
Maybe not because of you, but they did.
No, definitely would not be because of me. But I was just so impressed. That's why I had to mention it. I think that the horse, that was his best race, and now going 2 turns, I think the horse is going to improve even more. And if he does, watch out. Certainly can be there. And then I'll just finish it off here. And the 5 ran kind of a bit of a heartbreaker last time. I thought the horse moved maybe a little bit early.
Agree.
And then I think you get a similar move this time, but won't tire. So I think the horse is I don't think the horse is going to tire as much. And then the 1 ran his best race of his life. I think has to run even a little bit better to beat them in here, but certainly likes to win. And you can't leave out horses that like to win. I've got 6-5-1.
Yeah, I agree with you on the top 3 selections. I just ended up putting McKaig on top because I'm with you. I think Stanley Chady Jr. last time out pulled the trigger a little bit early, went to the outside, swooped them all. Seemed like he was on Secretariat, but unfortunately Crown Royal ate up ground late and stole that win away. I don't think it's going to be the same today, so I put McKaig on top. So I'm taking 5, 6, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering for this $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlong stretch. What's this? We're close again.
We're very close, and I could have had...
with the time off?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So
our picks are all
repeat of race 2 on Tuesday. A couple post position changes. I basically didn't change my picks in here. The 2 was my top selection. 1 at Fargo. That's not reason why it's my top selection, except that it won, and so I do like horses that win. Take a look at those Delta races, 4 to 5, make him an absolute winner in here. Stocking Trip certainly can take over. Has 5 wins at the 7.5 furlongs, so that's big. And then I went to Really Slow, which could have been my top selection. Has the figures, always is right there. Needs the right trip, though, and if there's that pace battle, which I think that there certainly can be, that horse can be right there. There's a few too many seconds for me, but I certainly could have made it my top selection. And then the last one, more of a protection selection in here, and that's the 2. Only 2 starts, makes the drop. Hasn't shown a bit much, but I think it's only been 2 starts, giving this horse one last chance to be there. I've got to leave it in for sequence, but not a win bet for me. 2, 4, 5.
Yeah, Really Slow. This horse ran a good second. Silvermaker was just too good last time out. I see pace in here on the front end, so Really Slow should take advantage of that, and I think is well spotted in here. But we will see how the track's playing. If speed starts carrying, I will be going off for Really Slow, but I think he fits well right now. Gentrified, this horse could move up a little bit. I really like that last race at Fargo, getting up to win. Fargo and Chippewa Downs has gotten so much tougher actually this year than any other year. So these horses coming from the bush, so to say, or the lesser C tracks, they've bought some really nice ones. And I really like the way they've been going. And these horses fit really well. So I like that one. And I threw in number 3, Mr. Walsh. This horse does have some really good speed. If it can get ahead of double time, might be able to get to the front and keep going. That's why I took 4, 2, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. Filly and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers are going 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, All-Terrain Jane. And it's Kirt and Stretch every race now.
Yeah, so
what's
far.
Going on?
It changes up.
Well, I hope you do well, buddy.
Yes, I'll be actually cheering for you for the first time.
There we go.
So this is one of the races that was scheduled in the condition book. This was not a canceled race, so you always have to remember that. Trainers will look for that. I am putting a disclaimer on this, especially now that I have your picks, too. I don't really like my selections that much in here. I'm taking 4 or 5 in here. I think it's a bit of a wide-open race. But let's go to the 7. Is the big class dropper in here. Shows a bit each time, but I'm not sure if this horse is a game horse or it's just the quality that the horse or the competition that it's been running to. So the figures make her fine, but again, not stellar or a standout. So you obviously can't leave her out.
Well, she's been running against 10 times better than anybody else in this field.
Yes, she has. I just sometimes like to see a little bit more. Of course, I'm not leaving her out. Top selection, you can add something to it.
Well, this horse used to have void of speed, none whatsoever. Loved going to rut of ground, and then all of a sudden was showing speed early on. I like this horse a lot today. This is a massive drop, and I think today's the day for it to graduate.
Okay, and then let's go to the 5 that... Well, it won last time, and I believe it cost you the pick 4.
It did cost me the pick 4.
So you chase this horse about 4 or 5
I got the
straight
$30
times.
horse, leave out the $4
horse. Anyway, finally won. But sometimes these horses, they win, and then it's like, oh, this going to the winner's circle is cool, and I get my picture. Well, maybe that happens to this one.
Yeah, this horse is running good each and every time, but only got to the winner's circle once, but tries every time. So that's a good thing. And I think is second best in this field.
For sure. And I needed a long shot because, like I said, disclaimer, I bet her last time and she won. Reason I bet her is because Two Back had a tough trip.
Really
and so
did.
it kind of set it up. I think she just has to improve a little bit. She's 20-1 morning line. I've got to take a shot on this one at 20-1. Lightly raced this time of year. They slowly can keep getting better. And so if the others sour a little bit, maybe light it up, but let's go 7, 5, and 8.
Yeah, I ended up throwing in number 4, Molly's Challenge. Run a lot of really good races. There isn't a pile of speed in here. There is some with Sassy Storming. Doublicious might be able to show some, but I think Molly's Challenge just might be the speed of the race that has to be caught. So I put it in for third. I'm taking 7, 5, and 4. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. And there is a carryover of $3,405. I wonder if Stretch is going to play it.
Stretch might have a high 5 ticket already set up. All right. And a reminder.
An early one.
And if a reminder, because of the scratches, sometimes you have to pay attention to. I'm glad you mentioned that about the high 5. Obviously, you can see on the screen the big pick 5 carryover. Ignore what HBI said. Because the races were canceled, it doesn't show up. So there was no carryovers listed for ASD because of the just how it ends up, how it gets entered. So anyway, carryover, both races. We'll talk about it more. So let's go about this race. This race is race 5 from Tuesday. Add 4 new ones. It was tough before. Now let's just make it even tougher. The telling sign is when the guys do the morning line and the favorite is 4-1. Is there a chance that nobody's under $10 in this race on the board?
Well, definitely could be, but Stan Starlet, they just might look at this horse as an over-the-top type. But if not, it is wide open, and it has been all year long.
It has been wide open. Yeah, I think 9 will probably end up going off as the favorite. This horse is a lightly raced filly. I liked her the first time out. Then she tried many of the top 3-year-old fillies, just went way too fast, which that's what that level does. I think she has the ability to clear, and if she runs back, watch out, she can be there. If that was just a one flash in the pan, then it really opens it up.
Well, she really beat up on the boys 2 outs ago, and I liked how she showed that it wasn't cheap speed that she had. She had good speed to go against that tough field of 3-year-old fillies last time out. This is a massive drop to the non-2. She gets loose. It's all over.
Yeah, and so my second selection, and it totally makes sense that we're all over with the next one. I went to the 1. This one gets in, wasn't in the race before. Showed some speed going a mile. I think you can't go with Scarlet in this one. I think this horse is going to sit just behind, and I think there's going to be some improvement. And if it does improve a little bit, the 9 maybe regresses. Watch out. That would be my price horse. And then we have both the same on the 6, which makes sense. That's the third type of horse. I like that she's won 4 races. That's just a good thing because the others most of them have only won 1. A couple of the other Manitoba breds. She just runs evenly, and that's what you need.
9 for 11 in the money the last 2 years.
Correct. So you got to use it. 916.
And the other horse I have, number 8, Just for Charlotte. This horse has been knocking on the door in this condition. Seconds and thirds, did win in the restricted non-2 lifer, but that one doesn't count because it was against restricted Manitoba, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Saskatchewan breds. So Just for Charlotte, watch for this horse to come flying late. That's why I have 9, 8, 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 8, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers are going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 9, Destiny 1. Stretch, interesting way to end it off.
Well, it's funny you say that.
And different picks.
Yeah, different picks, but interesting because this was the last race on Tuesday, race 7. Interesting positioning by the racing secretary and everybody. Why not throw it in the last race again? And that's what you did. So I like that kind of. Let's go to the 5 as the top selection. This is a tough one. This is not a place or show bet on the 5. I ended up switching my picks. I did have them in a little bit different order. I decided that this 5 might just be a little bit quicker and might be able to carry the speed. If that's the case, that's why I couldn't leave him out. Ran too good last time. And then my second pick, which was my top selection, in case there is a duel, that's where I'm wavering back and forth. This horse cuts back from the 7 furlongs. I think the horse is going to get a nice stalking trip. I think because of that, just a change of running style a bit should improve. If there's that duel that backs up, watch out. You got to use that one. I used your top selection as a long shot 3. Same reason in the closer. So I've got it 5, 4, 3 in a tough one.
Yeah, I think the 1 and 5 battle it out like they did in that 10 non-3 lifer where both of them just went hell-bent for leather to the front. Go, go, go. But it cost them 5th and 6th place, ending up in a photo beside each other. So I had to go to closers in here. I went to number 3, Shirley Sherman. This horse gets a cut back from back-to-back 7 furlong races. Ran a really good one against E2 Babu and Irish Knight early on, going just 5 furlongs. So the distance isn't a problem in the cutback. I think this one will be stalking those leaders. And once they soften up at the head of the lane, I think he'll try and run by. I do like Just a Buster also. Has been running good all year long. Now over to the Mike Taphorn barn. Gets the cut back to the shorter distance where it ran really good against Frank's Reload, the 1, and ran 3rd. And I do like Frank's Reload only because it has the inside of Mia's Majesty this time. I think they battle it out, and because of the inside, has a little bit of an advantage. So I'm going to take 3, 4, and 1. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just a couple of overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 2, again, just an overweight. Turning your programs to race number 3, there are a bunch of overweights. Also in race number 3, number 7, 2 Cat. The ownership should read Windancer Stable and Bill Meikle. Now turning your programs to race number 4, our featured race on the card, the Phil Kivas Stakes. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. There are no changes, just a couple overweights in race number 4. Now turning your programs to race number 5, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, our VIP Fan of the Night race. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, scratch number 1, All-Terrain Jane. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. There are a few overweights. The classic high 5 carryover, $3,405. Now turning your programs to race number 8, our other classic high 5 race. Scratch number 9, Destiny 1. Well, it's a nice evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Stretch?
Yes.
Looks like you're knocking the heck out of me. What's going on here?
That is, you are the golf ball. I played golf yesterday. I crushed it. Did crush it. I had an eagle, 2 birdies, and 4 holes. I was 4 under in 3 holes. Was one of my better stretches.
4 under in 3 holes.
Birdie, eagle, birdie.
Wow. That's usually me after the season, and that's without the eagle and maybe 1 less birdie. Under a light rain right now, 17 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Light wind out of the east-southeast at 13 kilometers an hour or 8 miles an hour, and the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 8-race card racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 17 minutes.
And they're off in the Manitoba Derby.
Field of 9 set on the way at the CC Derby.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby. Red Rods will take the Manitoba Derby.
And Walcott takes the lead with Great Escape.
Beagle Brian, Roller Coaster Ride, Beagle Brian, will win the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.
And welcome to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher. And you get an ASD t-shirt. Get to come up to the press box and watch me call a race. Then you're going to go to the paddock, see the horses, then off to the winner's circle, where you're going to get a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet. And be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit. Scan the QR code on the front of your program cover or off of any of the posters around the building, to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. Welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off a power-packed week with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlong stretch and an exciting race to start it off where we're seeing the favorite at 3-1.
No kidding, and you call it is a power pack week. All right, here we go. Let's start. Julie's on camera this week, or at least today. Let's start with both of our top selection. Reason I moved this pick up didn't have him on top last time. I think he can be the controlling speed. The couple good races, you made a great point. Dueled with Big Nick, and then Del Vecchio's just presses all the time. So just those a couple of races, just for me, puts this horse on the front end. Could control it. Doesn't have to have the lead. If somebody tries to go and somebody quarter horses and gets the lead, could sit just off. Horse's game. You look at the figures. You can't leave him out.
Yeah, I think he looks really solid in here. I also like Mr. Dazzle. How can you not? Started off the campaign here at the Downs in good fashion as the horse rallied nicely to get the win. Came back in the free press and ran a big race again, but was 4th beaten 2, which wasn't a bad effort. The last 2, though, was second-level allowances where Jafafa and Market King both went wire to wire in those races. So Mr. Dazzle could not show his late running style. He's got to hope that the 3 and 5 hook up early, tire each other out, then he could show that big late kick. And with this drop, 3-1 might be a huge bargain.
That is good value. Well, there's value across the board at that because we like all of them. I went to the 5. This horse wasn't entered in this race last week. Throughout the last race, that's irrelevant. Something went wrong, like it says a bad step. Comes back with a real nice workout, so I always like to see that. 2 back, that was a solid race. Depends if the horse decides to go to the lead. can go to the lead and can also stalk. So these horses are very versatile. So it is going to be a bit about race shape. If the 3 goes and the 5 sits, maybe runs back to that race, 2 back could get there. 3-1, another 3-1 shot.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, currently 7-1 on the rail, number 1 in the deep. This horse ran a really good third 3 outs ago against the 5 Unbroken Star when it went wire to wire. In the comeback race, had to run into Jafafa. That wasn't easy, but didn't run a bad one. It sat a little bit closer than it normally does. But last time out, this horse showed some really good late run against Hand Carved and lost the photo to the 6 Totalizer, but Hand Carved also went wire to wire. So in the deep is hoping for a little pace battle. If that does happen, might be able to cash at 8-1.
For sure. The other one that's looking a bit like needing a pace battle, that would be the 6 going off at 8-1. Nice race last time, nice second. Handcarve ran a big race that day.
Did it ever?
This was the horse's first race over the track. You know the horse is going to improve just because it got used to it, different surroundings. Certainly can stalk, can't get too far back. That's the key. We're going to see how the racetrack plays. We've had a bit of rain on and off all day. It's a little cooler today. So we're going to see how fast the track plays. But this is another one that certainly can complete the exactor. And on the best race could be there.
Yeah, let's take a look at number 2, Kitten. Has been running well this year, especially in the last 2 outings. Lost the narrow nose defeat to Murromac 2 outs ago. And then last time out, got up to beat Moro Outlaw and St. Theo by a narrow head, but does take a big jump up here from the non-3 life condition into this first level allowance optional 10,000. So we're going to kind of see what Kitten's about. I don't know if he has enough to get up and win it, but definitely not an easy throw out.
No, running game, so you always like to include. There's in the 7 on the outside. Only 2 starts this year after being off a year. Maybe last race wasn't as good a race, but that's one of the first races in a long time the horse ran around 2 turns. 2 back was a solid race against Not Afraid. It was in for 75, but certainly can be there again. This is another one that needs a duel and the pace to back up. Another, like we're basically mentioned all the horses which we have, and all of them with the right trip have a shot.
No doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch. Start it off.
Starting off a little conservative.
So am I.
Yeah, you are. Okay, so just a small pick 3 wheel, 3, 4, 5, key in the 4, 1 and 6 in the last. I'm playing a $2 one. That's 12. If you only want to make it $1, same ticket, 3, 4, 5, 4, 1, 6. $6.
I'm loving the odds on the 3 at 4-1. I'm going 25 to win on the 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horse on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is In the Deep, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Kitten, owned by Ryan Desjarlais and Thomas House, trained by Ryan Desjarlais with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Mr. McLean, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 4 is Mr. Dazzle, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Mike Taphorn with Ronald Alley. Number 5, Unbroken Star, was a late scratch, and we will get back to that. Number 6 is Totalizer, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Something Super, owned by Drop-In Racing, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Craven Badry. Post time for race number 1, approximately 3 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, with that late scratch of number 5, Unbroken Star, it will be a complete refund. But if you use number 5, Unbroken Star, in your early pick 3s or early daily doubles, and you're not canceling or changing your ticket, you will get the favorite at post time. Late scratch here in race number 1. Scratch the 5, Unbroken Star. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys kicking off the unbelievable 3-day card, 8 races. We've got 6 furlongs going here. Big scratch. Take note of the 5 as a scratch. That change, it helps the 3. This 3 could be lone speed and just go gate to wire. So real, that is my top pick, but it's really my top pick now. It's going to be catch him if you can. Mr. Dazzle is the favorite, has the talent, can't get too far back. The 3 is going to have to back up for this 4 to win it. But he can run. He'll be near the back. Watch for him. Maybe a bit of a long shot here is on the outside, the 7. This horse gets in, wasn't entered this time, cuts back. Yeah, that adds to a price. But let's go 3 and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Mr. McLean with Unbroken Star out. Undoubtedly, the 3 should be the speed of the race, has battled in its last 2 starts with some really good company. I think this is a little bit easier outside of Mr. Dazzle, so I think he has a big shot. Mr. Dazzle takes the drop from the second level allowance to the first level allowance, and that has been a dynamite drop all year. Deserves to be even money, but will be a late closer. And I do like number 1, In the Deep, showed really good late run, going 5.5 furlongs. 6 furlongs today should help out that closing style. So I'm going to give you 3, 4, and 1. Good luck here in race number 1. in the deep, the first one to step up to the starting gate. Kitten will be the next to go in. It's now Mr. McLean's turn. Mr. Dazzle, the current 3-2 favorite, steps up and in. 2 left to load. Totalizer. Now just waiting on something super to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, that's Mr. McLean. Showing good early speed and right out to the lead by 2. In between horses, Totalizer. Up close early with something super to the outside. Hugging the rail in the deep in 4th. Kitten right in behind in 5th. And the early trailer will be Mr. Dazzle. Only 3 off the lead. The opening quarter, 22-4. And Mr. McLean loving it on the front end by a length. Mr. Dazzle moving nicely. Now into second on the outside. Something super back to 3rd. 4th on the inside. That's in the deep. Totalizer and Kitten. 45-2 the half mile. They hit the head of the lane. And Mr. McLean with the lead. Mr. Dazzle to the outside in the deep, hugging the rail and making big strides with something super 4 across the track. Mr. Dazzle with the best stride late. Mr. Dazzle is gonna take it. Something super looked like it ran 2nd and in the deep ran 3rd. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Mr. Dazzle. As your race winner, 2nd goes to number 7, Something Super. 3rd to number 1, In the Deep. And 4th to number 3, Mr. McLean. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 45-2. 5 furlongs, 57-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 11-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here of race number 1, that's number 4, Mr. Dazzle. Mr. Dazzle is a big gelding, 7 years old, by Adios Charlie, out of the mare Holy Angel by Chappelle Royale, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Mike Camporn, and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1, 11, and 1. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 15 minutes away. Well, Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or here in person at Guest Services or the VLT Cashier's Cage. The draw will be made this Wednesday at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, the Manitoba Lung Association, Dream Factory, Mad Winnipeg, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Manitoba Arthritis Society, the Manitoba Conservatory of Music and Arts, and the ALS Society of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace charity program. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1 stretch. A dazzling finish for Mr. Dazzle, just getting up after making that big wide move around the turn. Still fought all the way down the lane.
I'm ignoring that play on words.
Ah, okay.
But you're completely right on everything. The class took over, wide trip, and that's what I've seen from him. Just ran such a good race, a good time, but that's what he can run in that field. In the deep, woke up, made a nice rail, and something super,
ran huge.
Cut back, third start. So here we go. Good.
On to race 2.
Yes, this is for me. This is my top selection or top play or strongest play, however you want to go with it. That's the 4 in here. This horse makes the key drop in class from the 7,500 down to the 5. We know how big that is. Raced on this July 25th. If you've been following, that is one of those days that you had to be close to the pace.
That whole week.
The whole week, in fact, you're right. The thing to really pay attention to, this horse made up a bit of ground, and that's about all you could make up. So 5th beaten 3 3/4, maybe not so good. I disagree. And then 2 back, showed a bit of speed early, pressed, and then just lost a bottle of smoke. It was just a touch classier. So all those races are there. The figures are there. Should get a good trip.
Yeah, and this is a key drop to the condition non-4 lifer. That's a huge drop for E2 Babu. We also both like number 3, Magic Carpet. Comes from Fair Meadows after running a good second beat in the neck. Yeah, it was only a 4-horse field that day, but the horse ran so good, and there is races underneath at Will Rogers that look really good in here. I don't think the 7 furlongs will be a problem whatsoever. I think Merlemek and White Rose Spirit are going to show speed in here. So Magic Carpet and E2 Babu, they're probably going to be beside each other and watching the early action.
I agree with you with 2 workouts, 2 for the 3 coming in, which you don't see that often, especially since it's barely been off a month. My price, well, not my price horse. I don't 5-2 on the 2. Filly Against the Boys, not to worry. She has beaten the boys the last time out in a race that she did duel. She's just so game right now. Then drop back, smart ride by Fraser, and then comes on and wins going away. I agree that could get in a battle, but I just had to use this horse just because of how game this horse was last time out. Figures are there. Could be on the improve. It is a tougher test, though.
Yeah, and a lot of other speed that is in here. Another horse I do like is another speed horse. That's number 6, Feller. This horse got the win at the non-3 level 4 outs ago, stalking the leaders and getting up to win by a half a length over the Speedy Franks Reload. The last time this horse did go 7 furlongs, that was a gutsy battle where the horse ended up getting tired very late down the lane and got beat by a horse that sat at the back, North Fork, and went on by. But Feller was easily second best in that field. So I think Feller, after a good 4th place finish last time in a 4,000 non-winners against Dazzling Mischief, who was bet off the board, I think this horse will be forward in the race and give a good showing at a good price.
For sure. And the long shot or the overlay in the race for me is the 7 horse here. Only had 2 starts. We saw the last race on Something Super. Did I get that name right?
Yeah, you did.
Wow, that's new. That had the 2 starts, makes the drop, didn't show that much. Cuts, basically, doesn't mind the distance, can stalk as well. It's only been 2 starts. If this horse had 5 or 6 starts showing not much, then I would leave it out. But I think you just have to include, there's races at Century Mile that certainly make this horse good enough, and at 15-1, wow, that's worth a second look.
Yeah, this is a big drop into the non-4 lifer. Another one to take a look at, number 1, Merlemek. We keep saying in these 7 furlong races, inside horses with a bit of speed have a huge advantage. Well, Merlemek did show speed 2 outs ago going a mile against the Derby winner, Manodura, and also Gallon Oak came back to win, beating Monstradamus. And even the race before that, Merlemek beat Kitten, who did come back to win. Last time out, couldn't make the front end, as Behaving Myself had all the early speed and went gate to wire. If you're looking for bombs away, 13-1.
For sure, and you're leaving me with Outcome as the last one that you
Oh, yeah, that I got last time.
That you got last time, but that one you called it right, but there was less speed. Now, the horse did win, so you've got to watch. The game horse has been showing speed. If they let this horse go, horse could get brave because that's what happened last time. But remember, that was the week of speed holding. So we like the 4 because the speed, this was favoring this horse. You might want to consider this horse because it just won, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot more speed for outcome to contend with today. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 2. Stretch, what do you got?
I've got a different. I like your ticket. Actually, your ticket's a good ticket, but I'm just in case. I think it's so wide open underneath. 4, like I said, is my top play. I'm not necessarily sure who comes underneath, so it's called the 4 all ticket. So if the 4 wins,
There we go.
I've got the try. I don't even have to worry about who's second or third.
And myself, I'm going to take the 4 on top, but I'm going to key the 3 for second and then take all. And I'm going to throw in the wedge. I'm going to go 4 with all with 3. If you only want to bet $1 ticket, each of them are $5 each. I'm betting a $2 one, so it's going to cost me $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,300. Number 1 is Merrimack, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 2 is White Rose Spirit, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Magic Carpet, owned by Leland Kavanaugh, trained by Perry Kavanaugh with Sven Balro. Number 4 is E2 Babu, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Outcome, owned by Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is Feller, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 7, Provocative Prince, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, as this is the second race, we have our HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that is number 4, E2 Babu. Number 4, E2 Babu, the HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had a claim to report. Claim for $10,000 was your race winner, number 4, Mr. Dazzle, claimed by All for One stable trainer Shelley Brown. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, good first race. So here we go. The second race, going 7 furlongs for the boys, starts right in front of the grandstands. They go around 2 turns. This is one of my stronger plays on the day. This is the 4-horse dropping in class. Should be sitting in 4th or 5th early and make his usual late move on the turn and try to take over late. So watch for him. Who could be 2nd or 3rd? Well, how about the 3? This is an Invader from Will Rogers Downs, and this horse is the same running style. Likes to close late, getting a bit of a price at 6-1. The co-favorite is the 2. She's been running well. If you think the girls can beat the boys, that would be this one. So I've got 4, 3, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you on number 4, E2 Bamboo. There is a lot of speed in here. 1, 2, 5, and 6 can all head out to the front end. So E2 Bamboo, who likes stalking and pouncing, fits really well and takes a big drop from 7,500. I do like Magic Carpet coming from Fair Meadows and coming off a good second place effort, only losing by a nose. And to round it out, number 6, Feller, has run some big races this year, and that was a big race going 7 furlongs. If it runs that same race today, 12-1 on the board. I'm going to give you 4, 3, and 6. Good luck here in race 2. It's post time. Merrimack, the first one into the starting gate. Next up, White Rose Spirit. Magic Carpet set to go in. E2 Bamboo, the 4-5 favorite, is in. Outcome is next. Just 2 left to load. Feller. And just waiting on Provocative Prince to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, White Rose Spirit showing some early speed, but on the far outside, Feller. is going to grab the lead early. White Rose Spirit and Magic Carpet. They're battling for second and third with Outcome. Also in the fray, 3 wide. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back. That's going to be E2 Babu with Provocative Prince, and Miramac will be the early trailer. The opening quarter, 24-1. And Feller all alone on the front by 2. The battle for second, White Rose Spirit on the inside. In between horses, Magic Carpet, 3 wide. Outcome. Starting to reel them in, E2 Babu and Provocative Prince. And the trailer still Miramac about a 10 off the lead. The half, 48-1. And Feller still in control by a length and a half. Magic Carpet to the outside, making a bid. White Rose Spirit going towards the rail. They're in the lane. And on the outside, Magic Carpet pokes a nose in front and now goes on with it. Magic Carpet with the best stride at the 16th pole. This is going to be Magic Carpet winning by 2. White Rose Spirit in second. Third's going to go to Feller, and fourth to Miramac. The stewards are posted number 3, Magic Carpet, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, White Rose Spirit. Third to number 6, Feller, and fourth to number 1, Miramac. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48-1. 6 furlongs, 1:14. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:27-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 3, Magic Carpet. Magic Carpet is a big gelding, 6 years old, by Malibu Moon, out of the mare Winning Point by Point Given. Owned by Leland Kavanaugh, trained by Perry Kavanaugh, and ridden to victory by Sven Ballroom. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:27-1. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Number 7, Two Cat. The ownership should read Wind Dancer Stable and Bill Meikle. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 3. And are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs on the climate-controlled second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We have an allowance race. 4 filly 2-year-old maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Let's take a quick look back at race number 2. Well stretch, Fair Meadows horse, Will Rogers Downs. Magic Carpet ran absolutely huge.
Yeah, no surprise. Looked just what we kind of both liked that horse. It was our second selection. The other, the Ford, didn't run as well as expected.
Not at all.
The interesting part is they were up close, so that was the 2 turns. So we have to see if there's a trend or not. So maybe, I don't want to say the 4 was not very good until I get to see if everything you have to be close to the pace, because the 2 and the 3 were right up close.
And it was and same with the first race. Everybody was up close. They were within 3 lengths from first to last. So we'll see how it does play out through the evening. On to race number 3, the baby stretch. You like everything that started, kind of like me.
Yeah, exactly. You gave a real good rundown on ASD Live, and if you missed it, you can go back and unless you're going to go over it again.
I'll show a little bit, but you can start off.
Okay, so let's start on the 1. This horse is coming from a couple stake races, running against the best 2-year-olds on the ground. Finished second both times, showed speed both times, and then just got beat to, at that point, maybe a slightly better horse. Hard to say. I always like horses that show speed. This horse has been the 5 furlongs 2 times and battled, and doesn't have any stakes winners that we see on paper yet. But remember, they're 2-year-olds. The other 2 that have run only have 1 start. So is my top selection, but there's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, I think it's very valuable that a horse has the experience of 3 starts under the belt. Yeah, it hasn't won, but stakes placed in back-to-back races. That's big for the 1. I'll talk about the 2, Parzani. The dad, 7 wins, all at a route. 685K. The mom, 6 wins, 82K, but all on the turf. It has 4 siblings, 2 of them full. The full siblings was a maiden, and the unstarted, the other one that's a half sibling, was a winner of 21K. And I'll talk about the 3 Happy Hour. This horse comes by Jared Brown's barn. 6 wins, $1 million in earnings for the dad. From 6 to 1.25 miles. The mom was unraced. 5 half siblings, 2 unstarted, 1 maiden, a 2-time winner at a route, 40K, and another 2-time winner of almost 150K from 6 furlongs to a mile.
And there he is on the screen. It looks good. He looks ready to go. Or she looks ready to go.
All right, talk about the 6.
Okay, let's talk about the 6.
It's not all about me today.
Well,
I'm going to let you have a little bit of talking in here.
Thank you. Let's talk about the 6. This race was back on Tuesday when we had the smoke kind of cancellation. This was my top selection, but the 1 wasn't in this race. This horse, first race, went into a stake race. Always tough to do. Battled early. You should watch the replay if you're able to. You'll see a bit of problems at the start and then kind of rushing up, battling, and getting tired. Then you get a workout, little maintenance work coming in after that. I think this horse has a chance to really improve. And maybe we're not sure if the horse is going to battle with the 1 or not, but for me, I can't leave this horse out. 6 to 1 for me is a great price.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Let's talk about number 4, Cavor. The sire, the dad, Kentucky Bear, won 1 race at a route, made 100K. The mom, Dominican Currency, had 1 win, 52K sprinting. They have a few offspring here. The full offspring is a maiden, and the 2 halves. One has 2 wins, made 25K, the other a maiden. And then number 5, Pam's Awesome. The dad had 15 wins, made almost $2 million, and was a speedball. The mom, 10 wins, 200K in earnings from 6 furlongs to 1.70 miles. Has a lot of brothers and sisters, 8 of them, all half siblings, 2 unstarted, a maiden, a 2- and 3-time winner that were all about route racing, 2 wins on another one, 9 wins, and another that was a single winner. So Pam's Awesome has a lot of siblings.
No kidding. Let's go to the 8 as the other one that's run. And you can see it's on a lot of unknowns on the board because so many first-time starters. Let's go, talking about the 8, the horses had 1 start, ran relatively evenly, nothing to say bad things. I expect this horse is going to improve. They usually do. You have a nice maintenance work coming in, stretching out a little bit. Is on the outside, and sometimes that can be a good advantage for the younger horses. Got the one on the rail that's a runner, but has to break well. And so this one doesn't break well, can still get in a decent spot, and I expect a big effort.
Yeah, and it did lose to a horse that came back to win the CTHS sales stake, wire to wire. And the last first-time starter, number 7, 2 Cat, out of Vengeful Wildcat, a leading sire here in Manitoba that was all about sprinting. The mom was 2 Dorcas, who has a couple of half-siblings. One of them, better make that 2, a 3-time winner, won its first 3 starts, made over 48K sprinting, and the other one, a maiden 2 Cat. Could be an interesting one in here.
For sure, you're going to see that horse tomorrow. By the way, better make it 2. You didn't know that? Oh, of course you did. You did the
I
entries.
didn't know that? Okay, thanks,
No,
Stretch.
I know. I realized that, so I was saying that. Anyway, let's get to our bets.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Stretch, what do you got?
You look dazed when I said that. Anyway,
I was kind of dazed.
I've got 2 bets here. I'm doing an exactor box 1 and 6, and I've got to take a shot on the price horse, 30 place on 6. And so we'll go from there.
And myself, I'm going to go after the triactor. I'm taking the 1 on top, the 6-8 for second with a bunch for third, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. I'm going to take a $3 ticket. If you want to bet a $1 ticket, it's only $8. I got a $3 ticket for $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, our featured race, the 7th running of the Phil Kiva Stakes. Kick it off, jackpot pick 5 wagering. On the track for race number 3, they're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Conti, owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Parzani, owned by Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Happy Hour, owned by Railside Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Cavour, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Pam's Awesome, owned by WRA Ventures, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is My Kinda Night, owned by Pink Cloud Racing and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is 2 Cat, owned by Windancer Stable and Bill Meikle, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Rounding out the field is number 8, Awfully Special, owned by WRA Ventures, Hillside Farms, and Right Attitude, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Sven Balrup. Post time for race number 3, approximately 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 5 furlongs. It's 2-year-olds, always a few unknowns, and could be a superstar in this group. Let's start with the one that's run 3 very good races. She's battled against tougher competition and kept going, just lost to a slightly better horse. I think you're going to see speed again from her and just kind of keep going because might not be any stake horses. But my upset of the race here is the 6 horse, 7-1, real good value. Had one start in a stake race, a bit of problems. I think you're going to see improvement, stock, and maybe upset. And the last one that's also run, I expect improvement. That's the 8 on the outside. Shouldn't be any trouble out there. So let's go 1, 6, and 8. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the one. Placed in both of the last 2 stakes races and ran good in both of them. Speed on the inside. And number 6, My Kind of Night, also ran a really good race. Goes back against Just Maidens. Will like that a lot better. And the 8 Awfully Special draws outside in here. But for 2-year-olds, that is not a bad place to be. I also have 1, 6, and 8. Good luck here in race 3.
It's post time.
It's awesome. We'll lead the 2-year-old fillies into the starting 8. Next up, the 3-5 favorite, Conti, ready to go in. Now Parzani's turn. Happy Hour will be next. Cavour, ready to step up and in. Next up, My Kind of Night. Just 2 left to load. 2 Cat. And now just waiting on Awfully Special. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. On the outside, My Kinda Night sprints clear and grabs the lead by a length and a half. To the inside, Conti with Happy Hour in between horses. On the outside, Awfully Special settled back in fourth. Cavor another 6 lengths back in fifth. Starting to get going, that's Two Cat, Pam's Awesome, and the trailer will be Parzani. 22-2 of the opening quarter, and My Kinda Night has the lead heading into the lane. Happy Hour in second. Cavor rallying up the rail in third. Conte in fourth. Coming up to the 16th pole. My Kinda Night trying to hang on, but Happy Hour now goes on by. It's Happy Hour getting it done. My Kinda Night for second. Third's going to go to Cavor, and fourth to Conte. The Stewarts have posted number 3, Happy Hour, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, My Kinda Night. Third to number 4, Cavor. And fourth to number 1, Conti. They went the opening quarter 22-2, the half 46-3. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2/5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 3, that's number 3, Happy Hour. Happy Hour is a chestnut filly, 2 years old, by Preservationist, out of the mare Wild About Shopping by Wildcat Air. Owned by Railside Stable, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2/5. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Our featured race on the card, the 7th running of the Phil Kiva Stakes. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. We will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 5. There's no changes in race number 5. Turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 1, All Terrain Jane. No changes in race number 7. Turning your programs to race number 8, scratch number 9, Destiny 1. Jackpot pick 5 wagering the carryover. Just under $50,000. They'll go to post in 16 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Mike DuPont. That's Mike DuPont. Congratulations, you're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. And welcome back down the paddock for our feature race on the card. It's a 7th running of the Phil Kiva Stakes. They're going to tackle the 1 mile distance, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Let's take a quick look back at race number 3. Well, it was happy hour for a lot of the young folk we have in the grandstand. They were quite happy when that horse took it home at 13-1.
Yeah, good, really good price, and certainly can cover that many more drinks for sure. Yeah, it was another good race. The 6 ran a nice race, improved, and the first-time starter, which is always the unknown. That horse a nice last work coming in, and Antonio just took over late. So,
yeah, it was a great race once again. Okay, on to race number 4. This is the one we've been looking for, Stretch. Private Frank and McKeag, the older against the younger.
Yes, so one has been winning against the 3-year-olds, older last time. The 5 has been established, it already has 6 wins lifetime. I am looking forward to this race. I am a big Private Frank fan. Usually him and I go Frank. It's just Frank.
Oh, okay.
Great race going 7 furlongs last time. Stalked. I like that. Shows how versatile he is. It's just, can he step it up a little bit more? He might have to, but I really think he can. I was just so impressed with that last race, having horse left at the end.
Yeah, and beating Blazing Bow, came back to win. We also both like McKeag. We thought that Stanley Chady Jr. might have pulled the trigger a little bit too early last time out. Was dead last in the field, and then battling for the lead, opened up, and then Crown Royal came beside, and they bobbed to the wire, and Crown Royal, the one, ended up getting the better of McKeag. But I think McKeag today is going to try and turn the tables. This was a horse that won this race last year at $3 or 50 cents on the dollar.
Yeah, for sure. And so let's talk about Crown Royal. It was just, you don't want to be negative because he got just a good ride, waited, made
Great
a run.
ride.
Great ride is right. Best for my figures, this horse's best race lifetime, but the horse certainly can be on the improve and every reason to even improve a little bit more. But I think this race is going to go a little bit faster, and I think McKeag's going to be ready, but you can't leave this horse out. 5-1 is fair value for sure.
And Chavi and Chow knows this horse well, has been on it twice in the last 10 starts, and both times got the picture taken. Another horse to look at, number 2, Persability, was second in this race last year, tried to steal it on the front end, but McKeag just powered on by and was just too good in the end. Last time out, though, they went super quick to the half mile, under 47 seconds, 46 and 4, and that's just way too fast for Persability to keep on running. If it can get maybe a 48 half, Persability could be an upsetter.
Agree with you. When he gets a bit of a breather, watch out. You could see that 3 back. The problem is you have Del Vecchio in here. Last time didn't run his normal self. It didn't seem that was a tough race. There was a lot of speed in here. I see he's more like the race 2 back, stalks and tries to make a run, but can show speed. Could press Persability and try to take over late. The horse is classy and has 10 lifetime wins.
Yeah, in the Phil Kivas trial last year, Del Vecchio was the $3.30 horse in the race, did disappoint, running 4th, beaten 6th. Does have a nice 5 furlong work coming in. And number 4 is Lucky Chucky, ran a couple good races, winning the allowance non-2 life condition 3 and 4 outs ago. Last time out against Crown Royal and McKeag was well beaten by 13. I expect the horse to be forward early, not in the fray on the front end, probably sitting 3rd in this race, 3rd or 4th, but Lucky Chucky has to run better than that last one to get a piece.
For sure. This will determine, I think this is going to help us determine the track in the sense of do you have to be close or not, because we think that McKeag's going to be farther back. This is one that if the track's playing to be close, maybe Lucky Chucky gets the jump on them.
Yeah, definitely that could be. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Jackpot pick 5 times, Stretch. Both of us didn't spend a lot of money.
No, it's a good sequence, but it's very, very tricky sequence. So we both took 5 and 6. Couldn't decide, even though 6 was my top selection. And then 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, a few price horses in there. And then 5, 7, 8, 9, another couple price horses. Keying the 9, that's the speed on the outside, and I'm taking 3, 4, 5 in the last $24 ticket. If you're a Frank fan, you could cut in half and just key the 6.
Yeah, and if you're a McKeag fan, you can get $6 ticket for me because I'm also taking 5 and 6. Then the 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the 5 and 7. I'm also keying the 9 Stan Starlet. And then 1, 3, 4, 5 to end it off. So that's $12.80 and Stretch. since it's one of these compact races, we keep talking about triactors and getting them multiples. How about you take a $10 triactor and I'll take one?
Okay, let's do a little match here. We both have, so I'm going to just go a $10 straight try, 6-5-1.
And I'm going to go a $10 straight try, 5-6-1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 4. It's the 7th running of the Phil Kivas Stakes. They're going to go 1 mile for $40,000. Number 1 is Crowned Royal, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Persability, owned by Manny Miaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly with Siobhan Bell. Number 3 is Del Vecchio, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Demario Bino. Number 4 is Lucky Chucky, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Champion, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is McKeag, owned by Nearco, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Shady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 6, Private Frank, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Following the running of the Phil Kivas Stakes, we're very pleased to have on hand Ellie Kivas to make a presentation to the winning connections. The Phil Kivas Stakes here in race number 4. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going a mile, which is 8 furlongs. It's 2 turns. This is a good race to watch. I'm on the 6-horse Private Frank. I think this is your up-and-coming Manitoba bred that could be good continuing on. Runs back to his last race. Watch out. He's going to be very tough. Very reliable horse at the 5. Always in the money. Battles each time. Just lost a tough beat last time. Repeat effort puts him right there, and the horse that beat him, that's the one on the rail at 5-1. He'll be waiting and try to make a late move like last time. But I'm on the 6, 5, and 1. Kirt?
At stretch, I like the same 3, but I like McKeag on top. The winner of this race last year, convincingly by a couple lengths as the favorite last time out. Maybe pulled the trigger a little bit early and lost the photo in the end to the 1 Crown Royal. I think he'll be in a perfect position behind the speed again today. So the 1 to beat, but I do like Private Frank. He's an up-and-coming 3-year-old that's done everything right, winning 4 in a row. And Crown Royal, 2 for 2 with jockey Chavi and Chow in the saddle. Looking to go 3 in a row. So it's 5, 6, and 1 for me. Good luck here in race 4. It's post time. Lucky Chucky leads the field into the starting gate. Next up, Crown Royal. Versability now set to move in. Del Vecchio's turn. Just 2 left to load. The 7-5 favorite, McKeag, ready to step up. McKeag, the 6-5 favorite, now in. And now just waiting on Private Frank to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 7th running of the Phil Kivas Stakes. Quickly from the inside, Del Vecchio shows good early speed. In between horses, Lucky Chucky is going to put on the early pressure. McKeag is settled back in 3rd. Another length to Persability on the inside. Crown Royal and Private Frank was the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-1. And Del Vecchio all alone, up by 2.5. On the inside, McKeag creeping up. On the outside, Lucky Chucky. Private Frank still saving some in 4th. And the trailers, Crown Royal and Persability. The half mile, a quick 47-3. The leader, Del Vecchio. McKeag to the inside, trying to squeeze through, but isn't going to get there. And Del Vecchio responds and now opens up by 4. McKeag back to 3rd. Lucky Chucky on the outside. Crown Royal is looking for room. They're hitting the head of the lane. And Del Vecchio has made every pull a winning one. 3/4 in 1:12. What a display by Del Vecchio in here. Is up by 5, a 16th of a mile to go. And Del Vecchio will take the Phil Kivas Stakes. McKeag will be second best, 3rd to Crown Royal, and 4th to Lucky Chucky. The Stewards will post to number 3, Del Vecchio, as your race winner. 2nd goes to number 5, McKeag. 3rd to number 1, Crown Royal. And 4th to number 4, Lucky Chucky. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 47-2. 6 furlongs, 112. 7 furlongs, 125. Time for the mile, 138-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Phil Kiva Stakes, that's number 3, Del Vecchio. Del Vecchio is a big gelding, 7 years old, by Where's the Ring, out of the mare Briar Flash by Hurricane Center. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the mile, 1:38.4. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Ellie Kivas to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. But we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 1, All Terrain Jane. No changes in race 7. Turning your programs to race number 8, scratch number 9, Destiny 1. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. Welcome back down paddock 4, race number 5 for this $4,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 4, the Phil Kiva Stakes. Del Vecchio, what a show.
It was just a smart ride, took advantage of it, got the lead, and we know how game this horse can be when he gets the trip. Last time showed just a little too quick, and we just commented off air about this race last year, and he had such a poor trip, and this time no mistakes, right to the lead, and see how far you can go.
Yeah, great ride by Demario Bino and a great claim by A2 Thoroughbreds. Okay, on to race number 5, Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, let's go to a little surprise on who the favorite is. That's my top selection, the 2. Horse is coming from Fargo, who won a nice race there. But look at those Delta Downs races. Those are the key races. This horse likes the distance, likes the stalking trip. I think there's going to be a bit of a pace battle early and try to make a late run. Watching the track, I don't think he can be too far back, though. Got to be sitting relatively close and make that move. So is my top selection. Not a big fan of the price.
Yeah, not at all, but Perry Cavanaugh is 2 for 2. So that's why probably it's taking a little extra money. I also like number 4, Really Slow. I'm not liking him as much. Watching this racetrack and the running style of Really Slow, who usually sits back off of it. But this horse did, for the first start of the year at this condition, run really close to the pace when they went rather slow and only got beat by a length to Captive Kitten. Really Slow, if it's going to win this race, it's got to be a little bit closer to the pace. I don't think you can rally from too far out of it.
Agree with you for sure. And my third selection, this horse is a dropper, only had 2 starts, getting 4 to 1. Not sure what to do. I'm basing this completely on last year's races, hoping this horse turns around. Drops to the 4,000, nice spot, much easier company. Some of those horses that he lost to this year so far would be big favorites. Horses, I'd sitting on hopefully a big effort, kind of the wake-up race for me. So at 4 to 1, I think that's the right price.
Yeah, another horse to take a look at. That's number 3, Mr. Walsh. Has started 3 times. Went to the lead first time out in a tough first level allowance, battling every step of the way. Then made a move in the middle, opened up, but then Rail Splitter and Captive Kitten came running down. That was for $5,500. Last time out at the non-winners of the year, went sprinting, didn't run a bad race as Drizzy was dropping in from the 4,000. I'm thinking that Mr. Walsh might be able to get on the lead all alone. And if that is the case, this has a big shot of going all the way.
For sure. Let's go look at a couple of the outside horses, which you got to be careful going the 7 furlongs. It's a little harder, but I just have to comment on the 7. Morning line 6 to 1, going off at 25 to 1. No, this horse should not be at that price. Has only had 1 start this year, has a workout coming in. If you look at the Canterbury races, this horse is in the mix. It is a bit of a closer. Again, if the track's playing how we're seeing it, it's got to sit closer, but at 25 to 1, I had to point that horse out.
Yeah, definitely can get a piece of things, but if it is going to sit really far back, I think the horse just needed that start, being off almost a year. Also take a look at number 1, Double Time, draws the rail in here, comes off a good win in the Manitoba restricted race, non-3 lifetime or non-winners of the year, but was lone speed that day. I think we'll have to contend with other speed, but if not, because it's going 7 furlongs, the 1 has a big advantage. If Double Time does get loosed, he might be long gone, and he lights up the tote board usually once a year.
He does, and we've cashed. Fortunately, he was one of my horses I like because I have been able to hit on that. The 6 horse is a potential speed horse in here. This horse was running short, showing speed early, and if you look back, has shown speed at different times. Hasn't finished that well, but isn't awful at if can get the right trip. This is maybe a big wake-up race, a horse that I need more than 13 to 1, but there's some races on this horse's charts that could be there.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 8, Mons Mischief. You're getting 10 to 1 right now. This is a horse that ran some solid races last year at the $7,500 level. Lost a heartbreaker to Really Slow. and was just a little over his head, but starts off the right spot this year after a couple races at Grand Prairie, both of them sprinting around the bull ring. Now gets to stretch it out. Will probably be on the outside, but I'd definitely throw this in my top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a right trip. Many of them can get in the money for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Pick 4 times stretch. What do you have?
2 tickets.
As usual.
Yeah. I've got a key, and then I'm spreading, so we're going to go 2 and 4 in here. I do like them best with 5, 7, and 8, with 1, 2, 6, and 9, just in case the favorite that key doesn't win, and then 4 and 5 in the last. Then I'm spreading out, but in a different key. So 2, 4, 5 with 5, 7, 8. Key in the 9 in the 7th race with 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 45. Partner up, pick 1 ticket. Just hopefully you pick the right ticket if you're following me.
You don't want to add in Mr. Walsh, the 3?
No, I'm pretty
good?
I'm comfortable. Go ahead.
Okay,
you're
I'm
so
gonna
confident you've got $2 ones.
I'm going to take 2, 3, 4, 5 in here. Then I'm just going to take Viognier, the 7 horse in race 6. Then I'm just going to take the 9, Stan Starlet. And I'm going to round it out with 1, 3, 4, and 5. A $1 ticket is $16. But I got a $2 one. I think I got this one stretched.
Okay.
So it's going to be 32. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5. We'll see you back for race 6. The horse on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Double Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Gentrified, owned by Leland Kavanaugh, trained by Perry Kavanaugh with Sven Balru. Number 3 is Mr. Walsh, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Really Slow, owned by River Park Stables, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Out on Saturday, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is My Father's Eyes, owned by Carol Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Chavi and Chow. Number 7 is Camps Bay, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Stanley Shady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 8, Ma's Mischief, owned and trained by Mike Taranjo with Praven Badri. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 7 furlongs in a good sequence for the pick 4. Going to be another big pool. Let's start with the 2-horse on the rail. Is the light form favorite. So I think this horse is going to get that trip. Can't get too far away. Runs those Delta Downs races. Watch out. Has the class to take over late, but needs a bit of a duel. Others to consider would be the 4. Likes to come from the back of the pack. Haven't seen that yet. Be careful there. Another one is out on Saturday that could show some speed, dropping in class. Certainly could try to steal it. So let's go 2, 4, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch. I think speed's doing well on this track. So I'm going to switch up my picks a little. I like Mr. Walsh in here. Has run a couple big races. When it was going around 2 turns, dropped to the non-winners of the year. But that was not an easy non-winners of the year. It was comparable to this 4,000. So I think he's going to be forward in the race and have a big shot. I do like Gentrified also. Ran a big win last time out in Fargo and really slow. This is a horse that'll have to sit closer than normal if it's going to get a big shot. So I'm going to give you a 3, 4, and 2. Good luck here in race number 5. Double Time will be the first to step up and in. Gentrified, the 2-1 favorite, is also in. Mr. Walsh is next. Really Slow's turn. Next up out on Saturday, My Father's Eyes walks right in. Just 2 left to load. Camps Bay. And just waiting on Ma's Mischief. to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, straight after the lead, that's Mr. Walsh. Chasing in second, out on Saturday. Gentrified back in third, hugging the rail, double time in fourth. Another length and a half back to Really Slow with My Father's Eyes on the outside. 4 more to Camps Bay. And your early trailer is Maud's Mischief. 24-1 the opening quarter. And Mr. Walsh all by himself by 2.5 lengths out on Saturday. Creeping up closer in second. Double time and Gentrified. Also moving up in third and fourth. Then it's My Father's Eyes and Really Slow. And your trailer still Maud's Mischief. The half 48-1. Mr. Walsh now getting company on the outside from out on Saturday. They hit the head of the lane. Mr. Walsh trying to battle back out on Saturday to the outside. And a late rally on the far outside by Gentrified. In between horses, Really Slow, Gentrified. Those two noses on the wire. Third's going to go to out on Saturday, and fourth to Mr. Walsh. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48-1, 6 furlongs 114-1. Time for the 7 furlongs 127-4. Results of the photo show the winner number 2, Gentrified. Second goes to number 4, Really Slow. Third to number 5 out on Saturday. And fourth to number 3, Mr. Walsh. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. That's number 2, Gentrified. Gentrified is a chestnut gelding, 9 years old, by Malibu Moon. Out of the mare Sea Jewel by Sea Hero. Owned by Leland Kavanaugh, trained by Perry Kavanaugh, and ridden to victory by Sven Balrup. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127-4. Congratulations goes out to trainer Perry Kavanaugh and jockey Sven Balrup for teaming up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Perry Kavanaugh and jockey Sven Balrup. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Scratch number 1, All-Terrain Jane. Post time for race number 6, 15 minutes away. Be sure to join us for the 3rd and final Manitoba Night Market and Festival of the year, which does take place Sunday, August the 27th, featuring food trucks, local artisans, vendors, beer gardens, kids' activities, live music, and more. Tickets are just $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. back down paddock 4, race number 6. We have a $7,500 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred. Fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, All-Terrain Jane. Stretch, what a battle down the lane in the last race. Gentrified, fending off really slow, who did sit a lot closer today than normal.
It did. Just start by thanking everybody jumping in on the pick 4. Almost 120,000 bet into it. Appreciate that. Our tickets are still going, too, so that's a good thing.
Still alive and kicking.
Still alive and kicking. Both tickets for mine. Absolutely. I think recognize the situation. Antonio... it was Sven. Was it Sven? Kind of got the jump. And so the 4 was closing and kind of literally ran out of ground if it was a little bit longer. And that's how really slow runs makes that big kick. And great finish at the wire. And, yeah, let's keep going.
All right, on to race number 6. Looks like another wide-open affair with the favorite at 3-1.
Yeah, for sure. It's races are zipping along, too. So you got to bet early. Let's go to the 7, both of our top selection. A little surprised on how high this horse is. The morning line is 6-5, and I do use that as a bit of a guide. The form is a little dirtied up because you see 4th beaten 11, 3rd beaten 7, but it has run against a couple real good top-level horses. Lady Cop has figured it out. She's running later this week, is she not? I don't remember, in a stake race. Distaff, right. So we're really going to see
It's Melisandre.
Yes, it's a great match race there, and others too. But this horse, I think, can stalk or show some speed. The very first race, this horse decided to show a bunch of speed, which was very surprising because I didn't mind her in that first start, thinking that she was going to come off the pace. So I'm not sure. Do you think this horse is going to go to the lead or sit just off?
I think it's going to be forward in the race. I don't think he's going to be sending for everything to get it. I think you break out of the gate, find your positioning, but I think she'll be in the top 3 early.
Okay, that's good. You're going to might as well talk about the 5 that you probably still are.
Oh, yeah, I'm still sour about that. The second-nitis was over and got the win last time out over I Am Mila. Double Barrel Delight has come running each and every time she's hit the racetrack. 6 starts, a win, 4 seconds and a third. She won't be too far off the early lead also. She drops from the maiden allowance into this 7,500. So she's another dropper in here. She fits really well, and that's why she's 3-1.
Yeah, sitting on the fringes, the figures are there. I'll go to the 8 as my price horse, sitting at 10-1. This horse cutting back from after winning the maiden race. That's fine. I do like that. 2 back had the troubled trip. So the horse did lose to the 3 in here, but I felt that the 8 had a pretty good excuse and would have been right there if had a clean trip. Lightly raced on the improve. Does need to improve a little bit more, but I just think that she can.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 4, Molly's Challenge. How can you not? Perry Cavanaugh is now 3 for 3, already winning 2 races today. Molly's Challenge 2 outs ago, easily won by 6. Last time out, wasn't able to get it going, but did show some early speed. So maybe if she hits the front end, that'll increase her chances.
For sure, and you recognize it. Look at the condition. It's non-winners of 2 lifetime, and you look at the 2 with 3 wins and your 4 that you mentioned
with
the
4
wins. Why is that, Kirt?
Because the winner's share was 3,000 or less. So it's not considered. Not considered for the conditions non-2 and above, but if you're a maiden and you make $5 winning a race somewhere, you're not a maiden anymore, but you can be a non-2 lifer and win it twice.
Yeah, and so this is a well-spotted, even both of them are well-spotted because they have won some races. It is Fargo, but we did see a Fargo horse win, so you've got to kind of watch out for there. Let's talk about the 9 on the outside. The horse is actually the favorite. I don't mind this horse. I do have this horse in my pick 4. No, I don't. What was I thinking? I probably should.
I know I don't. I just have the 7.
I probably should have had this one. Maybe take another look. This horse cuts back. 3 starts ago, going 7.5. I think this horse can be forwardly placed. If there's a battle up front, which there's a very good chance that there could be, this horse could be closing. I don't like 3-1, but the public does. So it looks like this horse might be live.
Yeah, after running against the open boys in the last one, now dropping into the breed girls. Also take a look at number 6, Sassy Storming. This will be a horse that is headed out to the front end. Last time out, tried to duke it out with Always the Little One, but she was just way too good and easily drew off to win by 8. Sassy Stormin', she needs to get the front end all alone if she's going to run her best race.
For sure, and just quickly mention the 3 horse that won on the, I would say, first race this year. Not a first-time starter, but that first race wasn't very good. Battled back. I really was impressed on how this horse was beat and then battled back and won. And you look at this horse was at Chippewa Downs, showed nothing, whereas the 4 did. So watch out for these Chippewa horses, and the 3 has every reason to improve after only 1 start.
Yeah, and the 2 Boogie Bug goes to Tom Gardapi Jr. after running in Fargo and Chippewa. Had a really nice win at Fargo, drawing off to win by 4 3 outs ago. Little lackluster in the last 2, but the best effort, definitely good enough. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, you seem like to think this is a very simple race.
Yep.
All right, I don't. I think it's a little trickier than that. So I'm going to go 5, 7, and 8 with the 5, 7, 8, 9 with the 2, 5, 7, 8, and 9. That's a $27 ticket. Take a shot.
Those tickets are just crazy to me.
It's
But I do like betting them every now and then.
It's called the triangle.
Especially at Australia. I love betting that kind of a ticket. So myself, I'm having the ticket 7 on top, 5 for second, 2, 3, and 4 for third. A $1 ticket is $3. I'm going to do a $10 one for $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7, Classic High 5 with the carryover. On the track for race number 6, they're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1, All Terrain Jane, was scratched. Number 2 is Boogie Bug, owned by Kelly Dunlop, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Debilicious, owned by Dan Hansen, trained by Deb Hansen with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Molly's Challenge, owned by Lee Backhouse, trained by Perry Cavanaugh with Praven Badry. Number 5 is Double Barrel Delight, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Sassy Stormin', owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Viognier, owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 8 is Just a Pose, owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 9, Anna Kazana, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Post time for race number 6, approximately 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 6 furlongs in. Unsure by the public of which horse is going to be the favorite. I'm going to start with the 7. This horse is dropping in class, racing against some of the top fillies and mares at this level that haven't won that many races. I think this horse is going to be forwardly placed, as Kirt mentioned, sit just off, make a late run. Others to consider, this is the 5. Won the maiden race. Likes to run second, but maybe after winning, like that much more. How about the long shot of the race? Let's look at the 8. Cuts back from 7.5, should get a stalking trip, and light up the board at 12-1. So let's go 7, 5, and 8. Kirt?
I'm with you on number 7, Viognier. 3 outs ago, this horse ran, or 2 outs ago, ran a huge race against Lady Cop and Mia Bear. If Mia Bear was in this race, 1-9, Lady Cop, 1-9, Viognier. Right now, you're getting 2-1. Last time out, again, it was Lady Cop, Sweet Design, and Russian Pearl. Not an easy race once again, so that's why it's my top selection. Double barreled Delight, the 5. 1 for maiden allowance, open. Now goes into the breed on 2. Another massive dropper. And I'm going to throw in number 4, Molly's Challenge. Why not? Perry Cavanaugh has started 3 horses. All of them have hit the winner's circle. 7, 5, and 4 for me. Good luck here in race number 6.
It's post time.
Boogie Bug, the first one locked away in the starting gate. Debalicious walks right in. Holly's challenge. Now it's her turn. Double Barrel Delight set to go in. Sassy Stormin will be next. Viognier, the current 7-5 favorite, walks up and in. Just 2 left to load. Just a pose. And now just waiting on Anna Kazana. Anna Kazana slowly making her way forward. She's going to get a little help. He's now in. They're at the post. And they're off. Great start for all on the inside. Debalicious shows some good early speed, and she's going to grab the early lead by a length and a half. Back in second, Just a Pose. Settled in third on the outside, Anna Kazana with Sassy Stormin and Double Barrel Delight. Another length back, that's going to be Boogie Bug, Viognier, and the trailer, Molly's Challenge. 22-2 the opening quarter, and Debalicious has now opened up by 6 on the field. Just a Pose trying to get there in second with Double Barrel Delight in third. Making up ground, Anna Kazana on the far outside. Viognier, 46-3 to the half, to the head of the lane, getting tired. Debalicious, Just a Pose. Now pokes a nose in front. Double Barrel Delight, Anna Kazana, and Viognier flying on the outside. Anna Kazana and Viognier. Anna Kazana's going to take it. Viognier second best. Just a Pose in third. Double Barrel Delight finished in fourth. The Stewart's supposed to number 9, Anna Kazana, as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Viognier. Third to number 8, Just a Pose. And fourth to number 5, Double Barrel Delight. They went the opening quarter 22-2, the half 46-2. 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6, that's number 9, Anna Kazana. Anna Kazana is a dark bear brown filly, 3 years old, by Kozan. Out of the mare looks like 6 by Numutak Din. Owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Number 9, Anna Kazana, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Larry Falloon. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scores the double. 2 wins for Assiniboia Downs leading rider, Antonio Whitehall. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Classic high 5 wagering with a carryover of just over $3,400. They'll go to post in 16 minutes. And just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our weekly draw. The Progressive Jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at Guest Services or at the VLT Cashier's Cage. The weekly draw takes place this Wednesday at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Classic high five wagering with a carryover of $3,405. Let's take a look back at race number 6. Well, that was a wild one, Stretch. I couldn't have hit my crystal ball and figured out that race setup.
Yeah, it was interesting because there was a bunch of speed potentially in there, and then the 3 just kind of went for it, see how far the horse could go, and went maybe a little too quick.
Well, if the race was 5 furlongs, it would have done all right.
Yeah, and the thing was that horse's first start came off the pace, and so I am going to make notes of that horse and bet that horse back next time because I think it won't go as fast, and so it's a versatile horse. So.
Anacozana Antonio, a perfect ride, sat on the outside, and my Viognier that I wanted to sit close, sat at the back of the field and just ran out of ground.
Yeah, exactly. The 9 had, we were commenting on each horse and mentioning the horse with the early money, so you knew it was live, and it was. You just, it was the cutback angle to use that one, so needed to use that. Let's keep it going.
Okay, on to race number 7, Stretch. We both have the 9.
9. Let's hope for back-to-back 9s in here. Potentially speed on the outside. If you go the proper or the recommended pace or however you want to put it, the speed can carry, no problem at all. We saw Delvecchio go, good fractions, went gate to wire. I think Stan Starlet was in a little too tough last time. The horse was claimed, challenged the top horses around, and just maybe isn't that at that level, but that first start, that was the big race that impressed me. I liked him in that. I liked her in that race.
Oh, and she destroyed him that day.
She did. So I think you're back to where she belongs. She's going to be on the outside, and it's one of those when you're on the outside, you can, if somebody breaks inside, you don't have to get the nose in front. You can kind of just keep going. She broke away. She kind of re-broke in that last 2 back. So I think she can go gate to wire.
Yeah, I think she has a big shot. The other speed is the 2 Divask and the 5 Fingertip. Another horse I like in here, number 8, Just for Charlotte. Ran a good 3rd last time out, as Dazzling Gold did go wire to wire, and Bits of Lemon Drop ran 2nd. But I think her best running is sprinting. She got a win 3 outs ago, running them all down, late down the lane. She had 2 seconds in this condition early on to Lady Creative and Sky Tizzy. Both of those horses were making the drop, and they ended up getting the wins. But I just like the way Just for Charlotte is running. 9-1, decent odds. Today could be the day.
It could be. Just can't lose touch of the field.
No doubt about that.
My second choice is the 1 along the rail. I liked that this horse showed speed last time. Cuts back. I like 2 back was when this horse sat just off and took over late. Lightly raced, off a claim. Seems to be getting better. It's one of those getting better horses. 7-2, I think, is the right price.
Yeah, I also like number 6, True Kate. Here's an honest one that has been in the money 9 out of 11 races over the last 2 years. 3 for 3 this year. Was beaten by Maybella first time out. Then it was Diane's Wish. And then Prairie Magic, who went wire to wire. But a lot of those horses, Dazzling Gold came back to win. Prairie Magic came back to win. So it was in a lot of key races that True Kate's been in. And definitely she should be able to get a piece of your classic high five.
Absolutely. She will be on my ticket for sure. Let's talk about the 2. Broke its maiden, one big by 6, going getting the lead, going 7 furlongs. I don't believe that this horse can get the lead in this field, but certainly could stalk. Big wake up coming from Lone Star. Has 2 works since, so I do like that. So you don't want to disregard it. This horse is Jerry's probably figured this horse out, and it's always you got to be careful when the horses figure out how to be a racehorse.
Yeah, also take a look at number 7, Barbie's Quest. Here's a horse that'll probably be making a big, deep close in here. Last time out, couldn't get a piece of it as it was going 6 furlongs, and that was a real tough non-winners of the year with Know What I Mean, trying to steal it and just getting caught by 2 steps faster. The races underneath are much better, but Barbie's Quest has absolutely no speed.
No, that's right. And so the horse that kind of gets, I like the cutback on the 4. Let's take a look at the 4. You're getting 13-1. gets the cutback. We saw the cutback horse win in the last race coming off. I think the same thing can happen. This she likes to find trouble at different times, but she does, if she gets a clean trip, she does pick up ground late and pass the tired ones late. So that horse you'll see is included in my high five.
Yeah, also number 5, Fingertip, had to chase after always a little one last time out and stuck around 4 but that was a day that speed was carrying all week. So that kind of helped Fingertip sticking around for a big piece of it in here. But she's just not going to like that Stan Starlet's in here, who's also going to show speed. So I think she's going to be kind of in a chasing role once again, but definitely can stick around and get in the top 5.
For sure. And then you talk about the 3, at least you have an equipment change. This horse had showed speed with blinkers back at the left bridge. I don't know if you can get this horse can get the lead, but could potentially maybe sit just off, pick up the pieces late. Likes lots of seconds. I'm surprised you didn't take this horse. Got 8 seconds at 20 starts. This is totally your win bet type horse, Kirt. But anyway.
Yeah, but there's too much speed in here for me, so Moore's Miracle. I'm going to tab for a race with less speed.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, we all know what you're going to do.
You got it. When there's a carryover,
$72
high five,
bucks.
72. We're going to single the 9. Then we're going to take 1, 2, and 6 with 1, 2, and 6. That's where we're including your 8 with 1, 2, 5, 6, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8 to finish it off. $72, and let's see if we can get a piece of it.
All right, mine's a little easier. $20 exactor, 9 and 8. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back for race number 8 for another classic high five race. Horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Bits of Lemon Drop, owned and trained by Victoria Morse with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Diva-esque, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Number 3 is Moore's Miracle, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Miami Souvenirs, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Fingertip, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 6 is True Kate, owned by Al Daly Estate Stable, trained by Fred Rawson with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 8 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Villa K. Butler, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyron Austin. Rounding out the field is number 9, Stan Starlet, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Classic high five wagering. Here in race number 7, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 6 furlongs, looking for their second win lifetime. Let's go to the outside. The 9 horse is going to show some speed if she runs back to a race 2 back at this same level. Watch out. Showed some talent. Last time a little tougher. Others to consider the rail horse from outside to inside. I think this she can stalk sitting on the rail and try to make a late run. So if the 9 backs up or gets tired, that could be the upset at 5-1. And if you like to bet show or kind of the horse that runs evenly, that's the 6. She kind of is just always in the mix, just doesn't get there for the win, but don't leave her out. Let's go 9, 1, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you on number 9, Stan Starlet. Great debut win. Tough spot last time out, in much easier. She's the one they're going to have to try and catch. I also like number 8, Just for Charlotte. She had a couple seconds already in this condition. Once the speed starts backing up behind Stan Starlet, I expect her to come flying late. And number 6, True Kate. This is the one that's always in the top 3. So I'm going to give you a 9, 8, and 6. Good luck here in race 7. Bits of Lemon Drop, the first one into the starting gate. Diva-esque, the next to move in. Moore's Miracle's turn. Miami Souvenirs walks up and in. Next up, Fingertip. Now True Kate's turn. Barbie's Quest walks up and in. Just 2 left to load. Just for Charlotte. And your current 9-5 favorite, Stan Starlet, to the outside. True Kate, a little fractious in the starting gate. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. A whale early, Fingertip on the inside. And Stan Starlet on the far outside. And now Diva-esque. These three showing early speed. On the rail, Bits of Lemon Drop in fourth, with Moore's Miracle. To the inside in fifth. Then it's Just for Charlotte. Another length back. That's going to be True Kate. And the early trailer is Barbie's Quest. The opening quarter, 22-2. And Stan Starlet looking good with the lead by 5. Diva-esque back to second. Bits of Lemon Drop finding the way up the rail in third, 3 wide Fingertip. They hit the head of the lane, and this is all Stan Starlet. Bits of Lemon Drop trying to get at her, but running out of ground, making up ground. Miami Souvenirs, Just for Charlotte. Stan Starlet still with that lead and is going to win it. Bits of Lemon Drop in second. Third is going to go to True Kate. Really close for fourth and fifth. Just for Charlotte and Miami Souvenirs were mixed in the fray. Stewart's opposed to number 9, Stan Starlet. As your race winner, second goes to number 1, Bits of Lemon Drop. Third to number 6, True Kate. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th and 5th place finishers. They went the opening quarter 22-2, the half 46-1, 5 furlongs 59-4. Time for the 6 furlongs 1:14. Results of the photo show number 8, Just for Charlotte, finished in 4th. Number 4, Miami Souvenirs, was 5th. Now entering the winners and closer, the official winner here in race 7, that's number 9, Stan Starlet. Stan Starlet is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Stanford, out of the mare Del Cielo by Philanthropist. Owned and trained by Elton Dickey, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Race 7 is official in the upcoming 8th race. Scratch number 9, Destiny 1. Classic high 5 wagering again here in race number 8. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 8. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs, scratch the 9, Destiny 1. This is another classic high 5 race. Let's take a look back at race number 7. Well stretched. Stan Starlet lasted to the wire.
Yeah, smart ride. Didn't just eased out and then just had that middle move and just kind of the class drop and everything and just took control early and kind of kept going. And then the others were chasing and a good ride on the one up the rail is kind of expected. Couldn't get the lead and made a nice move. So,
and anybody who matched your $72, they took home over $700.
They did. So, yeah, it was a good race. That's why I play the high fives, wait for the carryovers. No carryover in this one, but you could get sneak it. You won't have mine. I've got other bets going on coming up, but let's try to finish strong.
Okay, on to race number 8, your top selection stretch.
Well,
His Majesty.
It is. I understand there's a chance that there could be a duel. The horse dueled with the one previously on July 10th. That was 6 furlongs. Watch the replay, and they really melted just past the 5. I think that this horse is just running too well. The last race was such a good race. I just couldn't get past it, and I thought that this horse could duel or stalk and kind of take over. That last race for me was just too good. I understand looking for the closers completely makes sense. I just like that race last time. Maintenance work, which I don't mind going a slow work from the dogs when you're a speed horse. Maybe they were trying something to try to rate this horse a little bit. So that is my top selection at 2-1.
Yeah, I look at the 1 and 5, and I'm looking for that same kind of meltdown to happen late. And then number 3, Shirley Sherman, goes scooting on by. The first start of the year, this horse ran great, stalking the speed, battling with it, and then just getting tired late to lose by 3.5, and then went back-to-back 7 furlong races. Now gets to cut back to 5.5 furlongs. Does have a freshening work in the middle, 40 breezing around the dogs. So I'm looking for Shirley Sherman to be the stalker of the speed in here and pounce on him late at a great price of 14-1.
That is a great price. I have that horse in there too. Third selection. I do like the 4. I had this 4 picked on top. This is a race that was already scheduled to run on Tuesday the other day on the last race. I've switched my picks a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't if there is going to be that duel. You get the cutback. We've seen those win before today alone. And so just getting that right trip, stalk, pounce, win.
And Mike Taphorn has already won a race today with Mr. Dazzle. Another horse I like in here, number 1, Frank's Reload, the other part of the speed. I like this one a little better than Mia's Majesty, even though I did pick Mia last time out. But Frank's Reload gets the inside today, and I think that is going to be really valuable, as they should be banging it out on the front end. Coming out of the 10s, back into 5,000. I think has a shot and just looking great in the paddock.
Yeah, and that's such a key call on dropping the 10s down to 5, is you can get some allowance horse droppers in that 10-3. There is a big drop. Let's look at the 6. Antonio, as we've seen, is the leading rider, obviously riding well, has
2 wins.
2 wins to going for the hat trick, which certainly can happen. He'll recognize that there could be a pace battle, put this horse in the right spot. Kind of runs evenly, but can close. There's that Lone Star Park race that came off the pace, ran a nice second. That's kind of the race I think this horse needs to run. I think 9-2 is about the right price on him, just to get the right trip.
Yeah, definitely is. And that horse did come back to win Atras, that beat Big Ticket that day. Also look at number 2, Armavir. Had been toiling at the 10-3 level and knocking on the door with a couple thirds. Took the drop down and went 2 turns, 7 furlongs and 7.5. Maybe this cut back in distance is just what this horse needs after those good races at 10,000, and you're going to get rewarded at 18-1.
For sure. The 7 horse potentially is another speed horse. I've been following this one. If you think he's going to get the lead by himself or clear, that's the horse you go to. If you think there's a duel with the other ones, may not end up being around. Last time chased and kind of ran evenly. A few back has run evenly. Much better on the lead. It's worth to take maybe a bit of a shot at 25-1 in case this horse gets loose.
Yeah, number 8, Tomahawk Explorer is another one who's been trying to show speed. Was well beaten by Mia's Majesty and Big Ticket last time out. 2 outs ago, tried 2 turns, and they went pretty fast on the front end and wasn't able to finish again. This is a horse that looks like it needs the front end to run its best race, but unfortunately with 1, 5, and 7 in here, that just isn't going to happen. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 8. Stretch. What do you got to end it off?
Just a small exactor, $5 exact wheel. One speed horse, one closer on top, and then the other one's in there. So it's 4-5 with 3, 4, 5, 6. Total bet 30. Or should I do a stretch change? No, leaving it.
You're asking me if you should do it?
Yeah.
That's kind of a funny one.
Well, no, we're leaving it. We're totally leaving it. We'll have a new day tomorrow to build on the profit in the last race.
All right, myself, I got a place bet, 40 to place on the 3. Shirley Sherman, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 8, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. Track for race number 8, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Frank's Reload, owned by S&S Racing, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Armavir, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo with Sven Balru. Number 3 is Shirley Sherman, owned and trained by Ryan Desjarlis with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Just a Buster, owned by Shearer Racing, trained by Mike Taphorn with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Mia's Majesty, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 6 is Big Ticket, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 7 is Pioneer Town, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 8 is Tomahawk Explorer, owned and trained by Lauren Fraser with Arthur Badu. Number 9, Destiny 1 was scratched. Classic high 5 wagering here in race number 8. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys close it out going 5.5, which allows speed to go a little, carry it because it's only 5.5. The speed horse is the 5, getting 7-2. If you think this horse can clear and keep going, that's the one to take, and I think there's a good chance that he can do that. If you think there's a battle up front, then you need a closer. That's the 4. That's the other horse I like. Can sit just off the pace, be sitting in maybe 3rd or 4th and make a late run. And then the other deeper closer, that's the 3 going off at 7-1. Good race to finish it out. 5, 4, and 3. Kirt?
Stretch, I see a meltdown on the front end as 1, 5, and 7 all have speed. And the 1 and 5 last time they met, they locked horns and ended up being beaten in 5th and 6th. So I took a closer, 3, Shirley Sherman. This horse went 2 route races after sprinting. The sprint race was the best one, so I think it has a great shot as a stalker. Also, Just a Buster is another stalker in here. I expect the same kind of run as Shirley Sherman, just behind the speed, and I am going to take the inside speed, number 1, Frank's Reload. So I'm going to give you a 3, 4, and 1. Good luck here in race 8.
It's post time.
Frank's Reload leads them in for the nightcap. Armavir goes right in. Next up, Shirley Sherman. The 5-2 favorite, Just a Buster, now goes in. Mia's Majesty's turn. Now the favorite at 2-1. Big Ticket is next. 2 left to load. Pioneer Town. And just waiting on Tomahawk Explorer. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly on the inside, Frank's Reload. And Mia's Majesty head out to the early lead, as does Tomahawk Explorer on the outside. Tomahawk Explorer and Mia's Majesty both gunning out there, settled in on the rail. Frank's Reload. Pioneer Town sitting 3 wide. Big Ticket in 5th, making a 4 wide bid. Then it's Armavir with the trailers, Just a Buster and Shirley Sherman. 22 and 2, a quick opening quarter. And Mia's Majesty opens up the lead, hitting the head of the lane by 3. Frank's Reload in an all-out drive from second, the half, 46 and 2. A late rally from Big Ticket. Mia's Majesty, Frank's Reload. These two coming to the wire, but it's going to be Mia's Majesty. Frank's Reload second best. Third's going to go to Big Ticket. Fourth to Just a Buster. The Stewart's opposed to number 5, Mia's Majesty, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Frank's Reload. Third to number 6, Big Ticket. Fourth to number 4, Just a Buster. And fifth to number 7, Pioneer Town. They went the opening quarter 22 and 2. The half 46 and 2. 5 furlongs, 59 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 8. That's number 5, Mia's Majesty. Mia's Majesty is a big gelding, 4 years old, by Majestic Perfection, out of the mare Prometa by Song and a Prayer. Owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 4. Congratulations goes out to jockey Demario Bino, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Demario Bino. Well, now it's time to head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. Now, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.